pulled, then it affects me.
Yeah, but Mike has a pool hall. He never did Fargo first term. And I think Roger started to do it because he wants Jake's Fargo up. So I talked to him last week. I won the 9-ball there.
All right, guys. Thanks for tuning into Billiard Breakdown today. We've got Dan Sharlow taking on Jake Miosi. Dan Sharlow is the #1 ranked player in the top 15 contenders list for the champ position in Rochester, New York. Jake Miosi is a top player from Buffalo, New York. He drove out here to take on Dan tonight, and definitely looking forward to the match. This is going to be a race to 15 and 10-ball pool. Both players will lag shortly for the break.
She was a 4, and it went hill. So I'm going to imagine it's going to go down because of that.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you go look at the races and stuff, like I used to try to steal all the bad players and stuff, and I was using up lead from under the beginning of the tournament. Like, why do that? Somebody pointed out to me, I'm like, hey. And then I was like, kind of just had to let the Fargo thing go at that point.
Yeah.
Like, I'm still trying to deal, but I'm just not going all out. Like, if anyone are extra there, like, I'm not going to get crushed. I don't care. I don't care. Man, that's all that matters.
That's it.
Okay.
If something else,
Looks like rather than a lag for break, they flipped a coin. Dan Sharlow wins the coin toss, and he's going to start us off. Good luck to both players.
About halfway through the hour, yeah, I gotta see my phone now, guy.
Yeah, I know. I've seen him play before, and he was just like, yeah. I got the wheel with me. I can bring it to you.
I don't know why. My not only works when I get on like Wi-Fi.
he wanted to do
I was kind of stuck. I was at like a restaurant opening, and then we ordered dinner at 5:30. It's still to get there. And I was like, fuck, I gotta leave.
Really? Fuck, that sucks. So you didn't eat?
I had like 2 chickens.
All right, guys. Thanks for tuning into Billiard Breakdown tonight. This is going to be a great match between Dan Sharlow and Jake Miosi. Dan Sharlow, our #1 ranked player in the top 15 players list for Rochester, New York, recently defeated Shaun Zink, another excellent player. Jake Miosi, a top player from Buffalo, New York, traveled here to play a match with Dan. Good luck to both players. Dry break for Dan Sharlow. Awkward position for the 1. Let's see if he tries to avoid the side pocket on this cut. Goes for a safe instead, but the cue ball does not lay behind the 10 and the 8. Dan Sharlow with a bank. Cross side. Position on the 2 is a little tricky though. Chooses to play the smarter safety instead. Nice shot. Nice contact by Jake. Dan considering this 1-2 combo. Not an easy shot, but looks like the one may actually just clear directly into the corner pocket. Nice shot. Little straight on 2. Let's see if he works an angle for the 3. Nice hold in the corner pocket for the 3 ball by Dan. Should be able to, well, let's see if he's looking for the short side position on the 4 or if he's going to go for a 4-5 combination. Looks like he's going to play it on the short side, though. He undercut it by a little bit. Jake Miosi back at the table. Curious to see if he's just going to stun this cue ball and play the long shot on the 5 or actually try to close the distance there. Yeah, taking the long shot is a little better than trying to bring it back. You never know if you're going to accidentally get behind the 6, 8, or 10. Jake got a little bit of a sharp angle on the 6 to hold position for the 8. Let's see if he actually just goes down to the short rail and back up, or if he's going to actually try to hold. Well done. Kind of at the 50-yard line here. See how he does. Jake hits that with really good speed. Holding position for the 9 wasn't really an easy shot. He's able to leave himself a cut though, which he overcuts. Is the cue ball going to roll back for Dan, or is it just going to stay right on top of it? Fortunately for Jake Miosi. Let's see if Dan chooses to thin this 9 ball and leave the cue ball on the opposite end of the table here. Nice shot. Jake Miosi is clear for the 9 ball though. Great cut by Jake. Is he going to get the 10 ball into the side pocket? Little tough cut here. He's calling the bank. He sinks it, no problem. Really nice shot by Jake Miosi to start us off. Score is 1-0. Jake Miosi in the lead. Another dry break. Tough to say if that 2-ball clears the 7 into the left corner pocket. Even holding position for the 2 on this shot can be a little tricky. Let's see how he does. Pretty good.
Thank you.
Looks like Dan was trying to leave the cue ball behind the 7 and shoot the 2-ball back up the table. He wasn't able to hit the 2-ball hard enough. What's up, Drone Shots? Good to see you. Shout out to Drone Shots in the live chat. Drone Shots says Jake Miosi should get this. Only one set. One set it is. Is the 10-ball going to drop? I don't believe the players are playing early 10. I think you have to run this out. If the 10-ball is potted early, it's going to be spotted, and the players will continue shooting. Good use of inside spin on that cut by Dan Sharlow to hold position for the 3 on the far end of the table. Good angle on the 4 to just bring this cue ball back with regular center for the 5. As long as he can get on the 6, this is a pretty relatively simple out here for Dan Sharlow. Looks like he does get it. He's got to make sure to add a touch of right to this shot in order to avoid getting hooked on the 8. Well done. It does look like the 8-ball clears the 9 into the right corner pocket. Dan Sharlow taking a look at that right now. He should be able to just roll this cue ball forward for a position on the 9. Really nice shot by Dan. Stunning that cue ball back. Was tricky in that position to hold for the 9. Nicely done. And Dan Sharlow able to make the score 1-1. We got a tie game. Good shooting by both players to start us off. All right, Dan Sharlow chalking up for the break. Dan's able to pocket the 8-ball on the break. He's got to look at the 1. This is a very thin cut into the side pocket. The 2 is... You don't have a lot of options here for the 2-ball. Dan attempts to play safe. Tough to say if Jake Miosi is left with a thin edge on that 1 ball. He's jumping. Oh, Jake Miosi almost pots the 1 on the jump shot. Impressive attempt. Drone Shots in the live chat says, oh man. Oh man to what? Drone Shots? Dan Sharlow unable to bring that cue ball back, likely towards the right for some sort of shot on the 2. Looks like he's going to go for a 2-rail kick into that cluster. Look at this result for Dan. What a shot. Good answer. Good recovery shot, I mean. Really nice speed by Jake Miosi on that kick. Leaves maximum distance from that angle. Dan Sharlow, a little too thick on the 2. Bumps into the 4 on the way down. Let's see what he's going to do here. Let's see if he can use the... Okay, looks like he's using the 7 or the 9 here. Dan Sharlow does seem to be left a shot on the 2 into the side pocket, though. Let's see if he can get on the correct angle for the 3-ball to play the 4 from the short side. He's not able to make the 2. Jake may have left himself the perfect angle on the 3-ball to stun right a little bit for position on the 4 from the short side. The 5 does clear the 10 into the right corner as well. Although the angle on the 4 is a little sharp, it's going to be tough to avoid the 5-10 on the way back up with the cue ball. Let's see if he even tries to go for that or if he's just going to go right into it. Really great contact on the 10 ball. That's as good as you could have asked for. He just needs a small angle on the 6 ball. He'll likely just bring this cue ball straight back up the table towards the center. Chooses to go 2 rails, but he overrolls it a little bit. He should still be able to make the shot, no problem, though. Nice shot. Leaves himself another thin cut on the 9. If he makes it, though, he should be able to hold position for the 10 into the side pocket. Even if it's a thinner cut, shouldn't be an issue. Really nicely done. Jake Miosi shooting extremely well with these cut shots. He's able to make it 2-1. Scores 2-1. Jake Miosi leading Dan Sharlow by 1. Nothing on the break for Jake Miosi. Dan Sharlow looking at a push shot, most likely. Dan pushes out towards the right long rail. Jake's got pretty awkward kick at it. He's going to give it back to Dan. This is a somewhat of a risky shot here. Interesting push out by Dan. Let's see if he can make it work. Good direct contact onto the 1. Nice straight stroke by Jake Miosi there. Good position on 2 with a good angle as well to use a little bit of bottom right to bring this cue ball back for the 3. He's just got to make sure to avoid the side pocket. But the 2 ball wobbles in the corner for Jake. Is the 4 in the way? And the 6 is going to roll in front of the 3 for Dan. Unfortunate roll. Not too many options here. That's pretty good. The 6 does look like it cuts off the correct angle on the 3 for Jake to pot it. And Jake, does he get the cue ball behind the 8? Dan looking like he's going to kick at it. We do have an overhead camera coming soon. The ceiling mount is the last thing I'm waiting for. I've got all the rest of the equipment. Both players attempting several different safety shots, but seems like the cue ball has been leaking out just a little bit every time. Drone Shots in the live chat says goo shot. Thank you. Dan Sharlow really taking his time with this one. Wonder what he's double checking here. Is he actually trying to pot the 3, past the 10? Can he even see it? Curious. Dan's going to leave Jake with a shot on the 3 into the side pocket. I wonder if Dan was trying to leave the 3 behind the 9 or the 7. Tough to say. Got right in the middle. Nice shot by Jake. Great leave. Gets the correct angle to get on the 5 ball. He's got to avoid the 8 though. Might have to smack this. The harder you shoot the 4 with center or bottom left, the more past the 8 it'll go. Really nice shot. Got a little straight. He's got to hit this with good pace. Looks like he's going to follow this cue ball down and back up the table. Well done. Once again, I don't believe the players are playing early 10. The 10 ball spotted. Jake is going to continue shooting on this 7. Narrowly avoids the 9 on the way back up for the 8. Well done. The 9 goes anywhere. He's just got to bring the cue ball back up towards the 9. Good position into the left corner pocket. Should be able to roll this cue ball forward to shoot the 10 into the right corner. Instead, he chooses to stun. Either or works. Nice shooting by Miosi. Score is now 3-1. Jake Miosi with a 2-game lead over Dan Sharlow. Another dry break. Tough to break on this. The 2 ball clears the 5 into the far left corner. Dan should be able to make position for that. You can follow this or draw it. Good angle on the 2. A little sharper than he would have liked, but still able to work back for the 3, no problem here. Little awkward to shoot at the 3. Dan's got to jack up over the 8, so the cue ball is going to roll forward more than likely. Dan's taking a look at the angle he's got on the 4 after the shot. It's not a bad angle. Should be all right here. Wonder why he chose to roll that cue ball all the way down to the short rail. Seems like just gently rolling that cue ball into the 3 to take a medium distance shot on the 4 would have been preferable. But he sinks the cut with no position on the 5. What a great cut by Dan, but no reward. Dan shaking his head, showing a bit of frustration for the leave he gets on the 5. Although, if he does make a kick, he will have a shot on the 6. But he's going to miss it completely. Dan unhappy with the result of that. Jake Miosi back at the table with ball in hand and an open layout. Jake slow rolls the cue ball to hold the correct angle on the 7 to shoot the 8 into the left side pocket. Jake Miosi able to take his 4th game here. The score is now 4-1. Jake Miosi with a 3-game lead over Dan Sharlow. Really unfortunate leave on the 5 ball for Dan after hitting a great cut on the 4 ball. Jake is taking a look at potting the 10 here. There are no early 10s. If Jake pots it, he will continue shooting on the 2 ball. Good combination onto the 10. 10's going to come back out and get spotted. Jake Miosi left without a good shot on the 2 ball, unfortunately. Look at this sleeve by Jake. Is Dan able to shoot right in between the 5 and the 7 to make contact on the 2, though? The 10 ball is in the way for Jake Miosi. Nice shot by Dan. Jake going for the jump on the 2. Good contact. He's not able to make it, but look at the roll he gets here. Jake Miosi puts his hand up to apologize for the lucky leave he got. Dan Sharlow at the table with a kick. And Dan is going to get a similar leave here. We got Jake Miosi jumping once again. Also, the reason why Jake wasn't jumping against Ron Cosanzio during their match was they were playing with a different rule set where jumping was not allowed. Surprising miscue by Jake Miosi. Dan Sharlow with ball in hand. Coming back down the table for the 4 ball on the short rail is going to be a little tricky here. Let's see how he decides to work that angle on the 3. Looks like he got a little bit of a wrong angle on the 3 to make position for the 4. Dan going for the smarter play here. Plays the cue ball behind the 5 and the 9. Jake Miosi with, is this his 3rd or 4th jump shot in a row? Looks like he's going for it. That's quite the scratch into the far left corner pocket. Jake does not make contact on the 3 ball. The cue ball hops its way back into that far left corner for a scratch. That's a new one. Dan Sharlow with a good chance here. Position on the 5 is going to be the deciding factor here for Dan to run this rack out. Can he get a good angle on the 5? And that is about as good as you could hope for on the 5 ball. Really nice positional shot by Dan Sharlow there. Drone Shots in the live chat asks, what kind of camera are you getting, Mike? Well, for the overhead camera, it's going to be a GoPro, one of the newer GoPros, and we're going to have some more permanent wiring to it so we don't have to constantly take it down to charge it or replace the battery. Looks like Dan was looking to go for a 3-foul attempt, possibly. He's unable to leave the 5 ball on the right side of the table. Jake Miosi is going to have a shot at the 5. Misses the shot, and the cue ball is going to sit behind the 9. Dan Sharlow at the table. Definitely probably should have gone for just the shot on the 5 and make position on the 6. But hindsight's 20/20, right? Great answer by Dan, though. Look at the distance between the cue ball and the 5, and the 10 ball's in the way as well. Jake Miosi on the rail. Not much to work with here. He kicks it into the side pocket. He didn't call it, though. Dan Sharlow back at the table with a thin cut on the 6. Not easy because the cue ball's on the rail. Drone Shots in the live chat says, I was going to call it. Are you talking about the kick into the side pocket? You thought it was possible? Drone Shots in the live chat says, I knew it. Dang. Should have called it, man. Dan overcuts. Jake with a relatively thin cut on the 6. Position on the 7 is a little tricky here. Really tough to say how far off the rail the 6 ball is. If it's off a decent amount, he should be able to just use a bit of bottom left. But if it's on the rail, he's got to use right. Looks like it was off the rail a good amount. Really nice position on the 7 ball by Jake here. And it's looking like a very runnable rack for the rest of them. Somehow, the 7 wobbles out of that far left corner. Very surprising miss by Jake Miosi there. Dan Sharlow with a second chance. He's got to make this shot. Not an easy shot to make from this angle. Dan misses the cut. Is the cue ball going to get behind the 10? Looks like it's partially behind the 10. Jake may even have to jump this. He's going back to grab his jump cue. Drone Shots in the live chat says, Paul Jacob asked me what I like about Ronnie. I said he reminds me of myself. I told him I was 60 years old and I've been playing for 57 years. Well, if you have any video of you playing pool at 3 years old, I would love to see it. Another pretty inconvenient leave for Dan Sharlow here. He doesn't have much to work with. He could shoot the 7, thin cut it into the 8 to play it into the side pocket. Let's see if he actually goes for that. Drone Shots, that is a funny sentence though. Surprisingly, no Bob Hendrix in the live chat with a score prediction. Dan nearly leaves the 7 behind the 10, but the 7 leaks out a little. Jake Miosi with a tough cut on the 7. Where's Bob Hendrix with a score prediction when you need it? He makes the 8 into the side pocket, and he called it too. Great shot by Jake Miosi. Really well done. Although he doesn't get a great leave on the 7. Really nice bank into the 8. He sinks the 7 as well. Is he going to get the 9 into the side pocket? He's got it into the corner. He'll be able to roll this cue ball towards the edge of the side pocket to avoid the scratch for position on the 10. He overcuts the 9. Jake Miosi thinks too much about avoiding that side pocket. Misses the cut. Dan Sharlow with a good chance here to get his second game. Bob Hendrix in the live chat with his score prediction. What's up, Bob? Bob Hendrix in the live chat says he's got Dan Sharlow to win 15-14. All right. You're predicting a hill match, huh? Good hold for the side pocket by Dan Sharlow. Bob Hendrix in the live chat, did you enjoy the experience with Venom Trick Shots last night? Over here at Billiard Breakdown in Rochester, New York, we recently had Venom Trick Shots, also known as Florian Kohler, stopped by to the pool hall. He put on an amazing show. We had several different VIPs for that experience, and we're going to have a video come out showcasing the event soon. Drone Shots in the live chat says my dad owned a bar. My grandpa had a 9-foot Brunswick. By 8 years old, Drone Shots was beating the old men at the bar. Well, I don't even know if I could speak yet by 8 years old. Good for you, beating on 60-year-old men at pool by that age. Well done. Jake Miosi's got a cut on the 1 into the side pocket with natural angle to get on the 2. Bob Hendrix is hilarious. Bob in the live chat says, I enjoyed the whole evening last night. Great food, great drinks, and the fastest loss of $20 in my life. Bob Hendrix, I believe, bet Venom Trick Shots $20 to beat him in a couple games of 9-ball. He wasn't able to get it. Dan Sharlow with ball in hand. Jake unable to make contact on the 3. And guess who we got in the house here? We got our in-house Q specialist over here at Billiard Breakdown, T-Tam.
Hello, everybody. This is Kurhi Q.
Also known as T-Tam.
Did that guy ever be in this shaft?
Little short on the 6 for Dan Sharlow. Definitely wanted the side pocket setup. He contacted the 5 a little too straight on there. Doesn't have too much of a shot here. Let's see what he's going to go for.
So you know.
Look at the lead Dan gets here. Well done with not much to go for. Jake Miosi left with a bank or some sort of safe, possibly behind the 10. Great shot by Jake Miosi. Pots the 6 with position on the 7. Pots the 7, nice straight stroke. Leaves himself a cut on the 8. Should be able to hold position for the 9 no problem naturally if he pots it. Really nice out by Jake Miosi here. Tough rack to finish out. He's able to do it though. The score is now 5-2. Jake Miosi with a 3-game lead over Dan Sharlow. Jake Miosi's got a long shot on the 5 ball here. Tough to bring this cue ball back as well for the 6. It's likely to bump into it if he does try to bring it back. He could even follow this cue ball 2 or 3 rails around the table. But either way, really tricky position for the 6. Jake misses the thin cut on the 6. Dan Sharlow at the table with no problem balls. Jake Miosi taps the table on his way out, showing a little bit of frustration there. He's just got to bring this cue ball close to the 7. And the cue ball is going to roll straight on. This is actually not an easy shot here. He's likely to just stun at this 7 to hold position for the 8 into the far left corner. Just got to make sure he's got the correct angle on the rail to shoot the 8 and bring the cue ball back towards the 10. All right, Dan Sharlow with a spot shot on the 10. Can he do it? Dan misses the 10 ball. Jake Miosi with a long shot for himself as well. He's not quite on the rail. Can he make the shot? Jake Miosi taking his time with this shot. Looks like he's struggling to get comfortable on it. He misses it. Dan Sharlow with another chance. Is this 10 going to bounce back up? It is. Dan should be able to make this one no problem. He sinks it. Where's the cue ball going? All right, good job to Dan Sharlow. He wins his third game. The score is 5-3. Jake Miosi with a 2-game lead.
I'm just getting lucky. Blind squirrel strikes me.
Dan Sharlow taking a quick bathroom break before he comes back.
I took 30 years off, man. I think I'm blocking it. I won't say it. Would love some love right now. People.
Jake Miosi nearly kicks the 1 into the side pocket. Good attempt. Dan Sharlow is left behind the 4 and the 9 here. Let's see what he plans to do. Good two-rail kick. Is the cue ball going to scratch? Good leave. And Jake Miosi is going to somehow roll the cue ball into the right corner pocket. Dan Sharlow with ball in hand. Really nice shot by Dan. He's able to clear up that 4 ball into either side pocket, most likely the left side pocket. Well done. Should just be able to stun this shot and hold for the 3 for a drawback on the 4 into the side. Really surprising miss by Dan on the 4. It's always those shots that you think are automatic that you end up missing somehow. Jake Miosi likely to just thin this 4 and try to roll the cue ball far up the table for Dan. And that is the main concern, bumping into either the 8 or the 9 on the way back up the table. Dan should be able to roll this cue ball past the 7 and the 10 to shoot the 5 into the side pocket. Nice shot, but is it going to sit behind the 6? It is. He may be able to see just the right edge of the 5. Tough to say. He's stroking at it. And the cue ball is going to end up in that far right corner pocket somehow. Dan Sharlow tapping that table and rubbing his head. Not too sure what just happened. Jake Miosi with ball in hand. The 9 is in somewhat of an uncomfortable position. Nice position on the 7 for the right corner pocket. Jake would like to get pretty straight on with this 8 ball if possible. Jake Miosi looking to play safe behind the 9 ball. He's unable to hit a rail. Very surprising scratch for Jake there. Dan Sharlow with ball in hand. Didn't see that one coming.
You're gonna keep trying until I make it.
Dan gets pretty good on the 9. He's got a little angle, so he can at least get the cue ball off the rail. Really nice shot by Dan. Good use of top to generate as good of a shot on the 10 as possible. Dan misses the 10 ball. Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. Unbelievable miss by Dan Sharlow on the 10 ball. Wow. Jake Miosi with a chance. But what just happened? Drone Shots in the live chat says, wow. Yeah, wow is right. Really, really unbelievable miss by Dan there. And Jake, unable to play safe, is going to concede the rack to Dan Sharlow there. The score is now going to be 5-4. Jake Miosi still in the lead by 1 game. Jake tries to play safe by hitting the 10 ball up the table a little bit on the long rail. He doesn't quite get there, and Dan's going to be able to make that shot no problem. Score is 5-4. Jake goes for the bank, cross side on the 1, doesn't get there. Leaves Dan with a similar shot. Hey, we got Vinny3 in the live chat. What's up, Vinny? Vinny says, just joining. Are they just playing 1 set? Yep, this is going to be 1 set to 15, and then both players may play some 1 pocket after. Depends on how they're feeling. Dan may have left Jake Miosi with a shot between the 3 and the 5, but he's grabbing his jump cue. Maybe not. Dan really thinking this shot through. Let's see what he comes up with. Look at this. Great save by Dan. Jake Miosi should be able to jump at this though, no problem. And Dan's going to end up perfect on the 1. Let's see if he can get the right angle on the 2 in order to set up for the 3, likely into the far right corner. Dan misses the 2. Leaves Jake a shot. Jake attempts to draw this cue ball back, ends up missing the shot. Dan with a shorter distance draw shot. Sinks it. Cutting this 3 ball into the side pocket. May end up having the cue ball bounce into the 4 and the 5. Instead, Dan is able to do a nice job of maintaining a cut on the 4. Easy to lose control of the cue ball here. Just got to be careful with the speed. Dan just double checking if this 5 clears the 9. Should. He may not be able to hold position for the 6 on the short side though. The 6-9 combo is relatively straight on. Playing the shot is not a bad option here. Dan's really taking his time here on this 6-9 combo. If he does make it, the cue ball will naturally roll up the table for a shot on the 6. Shouldn't have too much issue here as long as he pots it. But he doesn't go for it. Plays the cue ball behind the 9, and what a save by Dan. Well done. Jake Miosi should be able to kick at the left long rail to make contact on the 6, maybe rail first on the far short rail. He makes the kick. Is the cue ball? Where's the cue ball going? Did Jake Miosi get hooked on the corner pocket? He's hooked. Unbelievable roll. Wow. Jake Miosi makes the kick, but he gets hooked. Really? Wow. Jake Miosi shaking his head at this result. Really surprising roll there. Jeez. Jake Miosi definitely a little upset at what happened here. Really did not see that one coming. Drone Shots in the live chat says, just a little hook. Just a little hook indeed. The little hook is enough. What's he doing here? Really nice leave by Jake Miosi here. Didn't have a shot on the 7, but plays as good of a safe as he could have asked for here. Still, no easy shot for Dan. Let's see what he decides to do. Nice job to Dan Sharlow, just creating some distance between the cue ball and the 7. Drone Shots in the live chat says 10 ball into the side pocket, although they aren't playing early 10s, so it wouldn't make too much of a difference. And Jake Miosi with a good answer. Dan Sharlow likely to jump this. He's chalking up for it. If he makes the jump, he'll have position on the 8. Is the 7 going to sit? Miosi's got a shot, but this one's not easy. Tough back cut here. Although he would have position on the 8 into the side pocket if he can make it. Let's see what he goes for here. Really nice shot. Clean. He's got a little bit of an angle on the 8 to have that cue ball roll forward into the left long rail and back out towards the center for the 9. Good shot.
Sorry, I can't hear
I saw that you had one.
Dan Sharlow concedes the rack. Jake Miosi able to make it 6-4 now. Jake to break. Couple of problem balls on the table. Dan with a thin cut on the 1, but there's actually an angle here on the 1 to possibly break out the 2-6 if he decides to go for it. Somehow, Dan Sharlow misses it completely. Dan attempts to leave the cue ball behind the 6. He doesn't get it. Jake Miosi likely to play a safe behind the 6 as well. Can Dan actually see the left edge of the 2 here? Dan attempts to leave the cue ball behind the 3-7-9. Jake Miosi
Going in from behind. You can watch it.
may be able to.
I was just gonna say if you're gonna hit it.
He's going to kick at it. Jake makes contact with the 6 first. That's going to be ball in hand. Both players kind of chuckle at the shot, keeping it lighthearted. Curious to see what Dan or Jake decides to do about the 6 ball here. Doesn't clear the 7 into the far right corner. Getting a breakout shot on the 6 is not easy at all. That was actually not a bad opportunity to play safe if Dan chooses to. Using the 9 or the 8 ball here is pretty doable. Dan narrowly avoids the scratch. Gets a really good save. The 9 ball blocks off several kicking angles on the 5. Jake just going to jump this, and the 6 is touched. Great jump shot. Great jump shot by Jake Miosi.
Jake, he said we didn't put the six back, you can put it back in the right spot. It's up to you. We already.
I'm playing safe regardless.
We're good. We'll do it next time, Mike. Thanks. Did it go?
I offered the players to put the six back to where it was exactly. The players just say next time we'll do it. Jake Miosi may have left Dan Sharlow with a cut on the six into the far right corner, and drone shots in the live chat says good shot to Jake's jump. Yes, it was. Jake with ball in hand after Dan scratches. Should be out no problem from this position. Jake Miosi able to make it 7-4. Well done.
Who yelled Dan? You?
Jake Miosi attempts to play safe behind the two ball. He doesn't get it. Dan with a bank shot into the cross side. The 8 ball does appear to be in the way. The 1 ball looks like it's going a little harder than it would have. Jake Miosi with another jump attempt. Good contact. Where's the one ball going to roll? He's going to leave Dan Sharlow with a long straight shot here. A little uncomfortable bridging on the rail. Nice shot. Good kick by Dan on the 2-ball, but Jake Miosi is left with a relatively straightforward shot. He should be able to just draw this cue ball straight back for a position on the 3. He misses it. Surprising miss for Jake Miosi here. As long as Dan can get a good angle on the 4, he can get out here. Not a bad angle on the 3 as long as he can pot this. He should be able to go 2 rails around the table for an angle on the 4. Really nice cut by Dan. He's got to avoid the 9, and what a leave. Unfortunately for Dan Sharlow there, the cue ball sits behind the 9. He's going to have to kick at it. Well, he's reaching for his jump cue. Can he make the shot? Clearance is at a minimum. He's going to have to jack up a little more than usual for this jump. Looks like he's using a dart grip as well. Interesting choice. Really good contact. Jake Miosi at the table with a good shot on the 4, though. He chooses to go for a short side position rather than trying to bring that cue ball past the 5 back up the table. He looks pretty straight on for the 5. He might just stun this a little back for the 6. Really, really nice shot by Jake Miosi. Good use of bottom left. The cue ball throws that 6 in with that bottom left. Well done. This 8's a little tricky. The cue ball is going to roll down past the center of the table. Tough to say if he plans on making position for the 8 into the side or even the far left corner here. Kind of got in between both shots. Corner seems to be the most high percentage option here. He doesn't have to worry about position on the 9. Slow rolling this works. He misses it. Is the 8 ball going to roll in front of the side for Dan? It is. Dan Sharlow with an easy out from here. He gets straight on with the 9. He can just draw this cue ball straight back for a shot on the 10. Good shot. Stretching over the table makes it difficult to draw. Well done to Dan, and Jake is going to concede the rack. The score is now 7-5. Jake Miosi still with a 2-game lead over Dan Sharlow. Dan with a tough cut on the 1. Likely to try to play safe here, I would imagine. Position on 2 is tricky as well. It's definitely more of a 2-way shot there. Actually kind of a 3-way shot. Go for the pot on the 1, go for the safe behind the 7 or the 10, as well as position on the 2. Lots of jumping this match. He's not able to clear the 7 ball though. Surprising, there was plenty of distance for him to do so. Dan Sharlow with ball in hand. Dan Sharlow's going to scratch into the far left corner somehow. Jake Miosi with ball in hand. Looks like Jake is going to try to play safe behind the 10 ball here. Nice save. A 3-foul attempt may be plausible here. This 3 is not easy to make contact with. And Dan does a really nice job of making contact. Is Jake going to be left with a shot? Not much of a shot. And look at the leave. Doesn't look like the 9 ball is completely in the way, though, for Dan. Good attempt. What a kick. I mean, bank. Lost for words. Really nice shot by Dan Sharlow. What a cross bank into the corner pocket. Really well done. Dan plays safe behind the 6 ball.
I'll play in the corner.
Jake Miosi calling the right corner pocket. Dan does have a shot on the 5 into the right corner. Not an easy shot, though. If he can make it, he can be out. This is the shot to make. Good attempt by Dan. He's not able to pot the 5, though. Jake Miosi likely to be out from here. Pretty straightforward run out. They and the 9 are in the pocket. As long as Jake Miosi doesn't leave himself with a spot shot, should be no problem. A 2-rail setup into the 10 ball for the left corner pocket is very doable here. And Jake Miosi unbelievably scratches into the side pocket. And Dan Sharlow is able to take the game. That's insane from Jake Miosi. Really, really surprising. Score is 7-6. Jake Miosi with just a 1-game lead. Dan Sharlow able to work his way back into the set. Well done. Vinny 3 in the live chat. What's up, Vinny? Vinny says, I could tell he knew he shouldn't have played below the 9 the second he shot it. Playing below the 9, I don't know. I don't think that was an issue. I believe he overthought the position, trying to get too perfect onto the 10 by playing into the right long rail. I'm sure if he were to play this shot in practice, he would be able to make position onto the 10 10 out of 10 times without scratching. Really just user error here. Nice save by Jake Miosi. Easily kickable for Dan Sharlow. But he misses. Wow. Not only does he miss, but he breaks out several problem balls. Let's see if Jake can bring this cue ball back up the table for the 2. Nice safe behind the 4 ball for Jake. Dan kicking at the right long rail. Interesting. Does the cue ball not clear from the left? It looks like it does clear the left. This is a slightly more difficult shot. Dan almost back cuts the 1 into the side pocket. Is the 10 in the way for Jake here?
No, it was so slow. It was going right. Was it? It was going right to the point. Right to the pitch. So if it would have went in there slow, it could have gone in.
Good shot by Jake. Dan with the jumper out. Is Jake going to be left a shot into the corner pocket? Yes, he is. Looks like he doesn't have the right angle, though. If he rolls this cue ball forward, he's likely to bump into the 6 and the 8. He does a good job of avoiding it. It was like a stun top left shot. Jake plays the cue ball into the 8 ball nicely to hold for the 3. Unfortunate roll here. He's got to shoot over the 6 now. But it was a good play. Jake doing a nice job of generating enough speed and spin on the cue ball to bring it back out.
If the ball would have went, you wouldn't have made it. You wouldn't have
Another surprising miss for Jake Miosi here. Dan Sharlow should be able to pot this. Perfect speed on the cue ball to clear the 9. Making an angle on the 5 is a little tricky. That's close to as good as you can get. And he does well to get back on the 6. Dan should be able to finish out this rack and tie it up 7-7. Kind of wonder what Dan's thinking about here. He is able to avoid the 10 no problem. The cue ball should naturally fall closer to the 7 if he's able to pot the 6. Well done. Holding position for the 8 is a little tricky here. Curious to see if he chooses to hold or go 2 rails back and forth for the 8. Dan holds position very nicely. Really nice stroke by Dan Sharlow. Gets straight in on the 9, and he should just be able to stun or draw this cue ball back slightly for position on the 10. Really nice job by Dan Sharlow to tie this game up. The score is 7-7. What a turn of events for Jake Miosi here. Anyone's game now. Jake Miosi with a sick jump shot onto the 1 with decent position on the 2. Tough to say if he can actually back cut this, but what a jump on the 1. Really, really nice shot. Jake is really good at rolling, doing these slow rolls for safes behind object balls. Well done. Jake Miosi once again with the slow roll safeties. Well done. That 6-3 is going to be a problem. We may see both players just going for 3 foul attempts. What a shot by Dan. Really good contact. He didn't call the 5, of course, but great contact. Jake Miosi eyeing a 3-6 combination. I'd be surprised to see him go for that shot. Dan Sharlow calls the foul on himself. Jake Miosi with ball in hand and an open layup. As long as he can get the correct angle on the 4 ball to make position for the 6 into the far left corner, should be out. This is pretty good. Just a touch of left should make it happen for him. Okay.
sorry for the interruption. Just a reminder for the league teams to come and pay your league fees. Thank you.
Dan Sharlow doing a double take for the 7 ball. This is the key shot to make here. He should be able to shoot this with stun for a position on the 8 ball into the side pocket. I wonder what he's really thinking about here. Maybe he's thinking about rolling this cue ball forward and setting up for the 8 into the far left. Let's see. A little more of an angle than you would expect based on the camera perspective. But it looks like he is jacking up to stun this cue ball back for the 8 into the side. Good shot by Dan. He gets pretty straight on the 8. He should be able to just stun this cue ball to hold position for the 9. Wants to make sure to leave himself a little bit of an angle so he can work his way back towards the 10. Dan Sharlow tries to slam that 9 ball in. He doesn't get it, but gets a pretty lucky roll. Jake Miosi with not much of a shot on the 9. Good hit by Dan, but Jake Miosi likely to just thin this 9 ball with the cue ball and go 3 rails to send that cue ball behind the 10. Doesn't quite get there. Dan's going to be able to make direct contact.
It was only a little bit, but like, I don't know why. I don't know why. I'll take anything against it. It's just my weakness.
Jake overhits the power on this safe attempt by a large amount. Dan is going to likely be left with a back cut on the 10 ball. He's able to generate a little bit of an angle on the 9, so to minimize the angle he's going to have on the 10. Can he make this to take the lead for the first time in this match? Dan Sharlow misses a 10. Unfortunate miss for Dan. Jake Miosi able to take the lead once again, 8-7. That was Dan's opportunity right there. Scores 8-7. Jake Miosi with the 1-game lead. Jake Miosi makes a joke to Dan Sharlow. We both suck today. Looks like Dan's got an angle on him too. He wants to make sure to bump the 7 below the half in order to get a shot on the 3, which he does nicely. But he's not left with many options here to get on the 4. He can pot the 3 no problem, but getting back on the 4 is unlikely because he can only shoot this shot with top, and the 9 and the 10 are right there. Really great attempt, though. He was able to clear the 9 and the 10, but not the 6. This is a makeable thin cut, though. Really nice cut by Dan Sharlow there with position on the 5 into the right corner. A touch more of right spin would have been perfect, but this is very good. Dan unable to make good position for the 6. I believe holding would have been the better option. If you're going to shoot this, shoot the 5 ball hard, you have to hit it by 20 miles an hour to get it back. Can he make the thin cut? What a great cut by Dan Sharlow there with okay position on the 7. This is an easy shot to rattle. He's got to make sure he hits his center pocket. He's looking at bring the cue ball around the 9 and the 10, although I would probably try to just stun draw this cue ball directly into the long rail. Great shot by Dan. The cue ball passes in between the 10 and the 9 for him. But he gets a little straight. He may have to draw this cue ball directly back towards the center of the table.
You know what I've noticed? Men are always whining. All the they're like, oh my god, whatever.
Dan's able to find a way to follow this cue ball back towards the center. Really well done. Regular topspin could be used on this 9 ball to bring the cue ball back up for the 10 into the same pocket. Can he do it to tie it up once again?
Did you know that? It is. That's crazy. Yeah. All right, take a bowling ball and stuff it up your butt. There you go. See how that feels. Same thing. Excuse the expression. She's laughing so hard she wants to cry.
And Dan sinks to 10. Made me nervous. Cue ball was going towards that corner pocket. Well done. Scores 8-8. Dan's able to tie it up once again. Drone shots in the live chat says 325. I don't know what you're talking about. Drone shots follows up within the live chat. Unless you use one nozzle, it will do a bit bigger. You're in the wrong live chat, Drone shots. I believe you're looking for the Home Depot live stream. The players are taking a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back shortly. And we're back. Seven nearly drops into the far left corner. Dan with another dry break. Jake Miosi likely to push out here. Looks like Jake pushes out to a jump shot. And this is actually a position that Venom Trick Shots, Florian Kohler, told me about, where during a game of 9 or 10 ball in one of the tournaments Venom Trick Shots played in, he pushes the ball out towards the center of the table for a one-handed jump shot. Where it would be typically impossible to bridge correctly in the center of the table for a jump shot. Florian Kohler is able to jump it with one hand to pot the ball. True story. Nice roll on the 4 ball for Dan. Position on the 5 ball here is key. If he can make that, he can be out. Really nice position for the 3 here. Dan is able to barely clear the 9. Good shot. Tough to say if he's actually straight on with the 5 or if he's going to be able to bring this cue ball down to the short rail here with a little bit of stun. A little bit of stun works. Well done. Dan wants to make sure he avoids bumping into the 10 here on the way down the table. This is going to be a little tricky to make position for the 9. Drone Shots in the live chat retracts this message meant for Home Depot. Something about nozzles and 325. Definitely in the wrong place. Dan Sharlow tries his best to make position for the 9. It's not bad. This is pretty good considering what he was given. Drone Shots in the live chat says Dan's catching a gear.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Dan misses the 9. Jake Miosi with a pretty natural roll onto the 10 on the short side into the left corner pocket. Hits it a little hard. Where's the cue ball going? Bumps straight into it. Leaves himself a really thin cut on the 10. Can he do it to take the lead once again? Really nice shot by Jake Miosi there. Score is 9-8. Miosi with a 1-game lead. Dan Sharlow misses the 1 ball, surprising miss. Like I said earlier, it's always the obvious shots that you think are automatic that you end up missing.
Thank you. Yeah.
Jake Miosi with the bank on the 1 into the right corner pocket. What a shot with position on the 2. Really well done. Not too sure what Dan was trying to do there. Looks like he was just looking to create some distance, and he did do it. This is an uncomfortable shot, although Jake can see it directly and potentially make it. Really nice shot by Jake Miosi. The 5 ball does seem to clear the 6 into the side as well. A little more of an angle on the 6 than he would have liked. Still shouldn't be an issue here. Nice position on the 7. A little short on the 8. Slow rolling this can leave him a difficult shot on the 9, but all he needs to do is stun for position. But he does it with inside spin. Great position on the 9 here. Holding for the 10 should be no problem at all. And Jake Miosi is going to be able to take his 10th game here for a 2-game lead. Really nice shooting by Jake Miosi. And guess who just walked in? My lovely wife, Roland. Roland just got out of work from Strong Hospital in the ICU. Want to say hi?
Hi, guys.
And that was the softest hi, guys she could have mustered. Try again.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Definitely a little microphone shy, but it's okay. She saves lives. I talk into a microphone. It's all good. Dan Sharlow with ball in hand at the table. Dan Sharlow hangs the 1 with ball in hand. The 1's kind of deep into the pocket. Tough to gauge how the cue ball's going to react. Jake Miosi definitely wanted the cue ball to come more towards the 2. Instead, he's now left with a pretty long distance shot. Nice straight stroke by Jake. Jake misses the 5. Dan Sharlow's got a chance here. It's a pretty good chance as well, as long as he can hold for the 6. Should be pretty good. The 10 ball cuts off several angles for the 8. He's got to be mindful of that. Dan's gonna overroll this cue ball by a little bit.
No, literally just stop the cue ball right on that 8 ball. But I didn't look at it. He's like, hey, what's the angle I need to do that in?
Excellent position on the 8 by Dan. Really, really nice shot. Hopefully he's got a little bit of an angle on the 8 to work with to bring this cue ball back for the 9. If not, that would be quite the unfortunate straight-in shot. Is he drawing this? He catches the edge of the side pocket on the way back, but quite the stroke there. He would have been able to make perfect position on the 9 from the long side. Is he going for the safe or the bank? The 9 ball's got to roll past this side. Looks like he was able to get it past Jake Miosi with a tough shot here. Jake leaves Dan with a bank on the 9. This is a pretty makeable bank, but is there some sort of two-way option Dan can come up with? Maybe behind the 10? Tough shot here. If he goes for the bank, just leaving the cue ball near the short rail should be enough to stay safe. This is a good shot. This would be quite the stun or draw shot by Jake Miosi if he's able to make it. Really nice straight stroke by Jake Miosi there. Decides to leave himself a spot shot on the 10 rather than going for a better position. Jake misses the spot shot on the 10. Dan Sharlow with another chance, but not much of a shot. It's very easy to mess up this safe. Not many safety options for Dan, but he finds a way to leave Jake really tough here. Well done. This is a makeable cut, especially if the 10's on the rail. It's better for the 10 to be on the rail than not.
Yeah.
Jake with a good chance to pot the 10. And what a cut by Jake Miosi. Nearly scratches in the left corner pocket, but he's able to take a 3-game lead. Score is 11-8. Well done. Not much of a save here from Dan Sharlow. Jake Miosi doing a nice job of leaving the cue ball behind the 3. Dan goes for the goes for the jump. Jake Miosi with ball in hand. Dan was not able to make contact. The 4 ball is actually surprisingly tricky to maintain position for. Let's see what he can come up with here. Hey, we finally got Ted Beach in the live chat. What's up, Ted? Long time no see, Ted Beach. Ted in the live chat says, "Hey Mike, how's it going? Just wondering when you can get the overhead camera and are you going to be able to switch back and forth?" Really nice stroke by Jake Miosi there as well on the 4. To answer your question, Ted, I'm waiting on the bracket that will secure the overhead camera to the ceiling. That should be in within the next couple days. And once that's in, I will have all the parts I need to install the overhead camera. Viet Nguyen is actually going to help me out with it. And big shout out to Viet for helping me out with the scoreboard as well as the back-end programming. And now the overhead camera as well as remote commentary. He's been putting in quite the work to help us improve our live stream here at Billiard Breakdown, so big thanks. Hey, Rats guy, we got Roger Jackson in the house. What's up, Roger? Roger Jackson in the live chat says, "Let's go, Jake Miosi." Roger, is Jake Jackson ready for his big Scotch doubles match tomorrow? For all the viewers in the live chat, we've got a really, really exciting doubles match tomorrow with Jake Miosi, Jake Jackson, a top-level junior player, versus Shaun Zink and Case Coley. Shaun Zink is our current number 2 player in the top 15 list, and Case Coley is our current number 3 player in the top 15 list, taking on Jake Miosi and Jake Jackson. That's going to be quite the match. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Hey, we got Will Rhodes in the live chat. What's up, Will? Will in the live chat says, "Nah, nah, 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 nah." And I'm not going to go for the correct tone of voice on that. And Roger Jackson says Jake is ready for his Scotch doubles match. Good luck to both teams tomorrow. It's going to be a really, really good one. Jake Miosi had to jack up over the 9 ball to shoot the 8. Results in a scratch. Ted Beach in the live chat clarifies this question. Ted is wondering if we're going to be able to switch back and forth between the overhead view as well as the view you're seeing right now. And of course, you think I'm going to make you guys watch live pool matches with just an overhead view? Come on. Dan Sharlow with good position on the 10. Can he make it? He does. Great job to Dan. The score is now 11-9. Jake Miosi with a 2-game lead. Vinny3 in the live chat asks, "You ever bring in any guest commentators to commentate with you?" I'd love to do something like that. Well, it really depends on how you commentate. I can't just say yes to anyone. If I ever get Efren Reyes or something to play another notable player, I'd love to get Joe Rogan to do some remote live commentary for me. That would be pretty awesome, and I believe I could do it. So yeah, I would like to get Joe Rogan or something. And as far as Vinny 3 doing some commentary with me, maybe. I would really have to see how your game is and what level you played and how you describe different possibilities. Joining me on this live commentary is going to be Paul Jacob, who recently did Shaun Zink versus Ron Costanzo. He did a fantastic job. Paul's going to take over for a little bit.
Hello, everybody. Hope you guys are having a good evening. Just tuning in midway on this 22nd frame of this race to 15. Looks pretty wide open here. That 5-7 is pretty close, but it looks like that 5 does pass into the left side pocket, so that shouldn't be an issue. Looks like Jake's a little closer to that long rail than he'd like to be. Let's see if he's able to hold well for a good angle on the 6 to get back for the 7. And it looks like he's done just that. Everything's looking pretty good now. A little bit of an awkward angle on the 7, but he should be able to go around 3 rails. And he plays that speed really well. Again, a little bit on the wrong side of the 9, so he has to play the slightly more difficult positional shot here. Let's see what he does. And he plays that with check side or inside to bring it closer to the 10, but he's come a little too close here. So that's not a very good outcome. It's an unfortunate positional error which happened as a result of getting on the wrong side of the 9. He came back down table with inside, but he wasn't able to get the right angle on the 10, so let's see what he's doing here. If he's going to play a safety. Looks like he's done a good job of that. Dan is now just off the rail with a very thin cut to the left corner, but Dan may elect to play a two-way shot here or a safety. Looks like Dan played the safety to bring the 10-ball down table. So it's now a battle for the 10-ball. Who will be rewarded with the first safety error here from their opponent? Jake taking his time here. It's a crucial shot. If he misses, he doesn't want to leave Dan with anything here. And what an unfortunate outcome. Not sure what Jake was trying to do there, but he completely misses the 10-ball, giving ball in hand, and therefore loss of game. So Dan Sharlow is breaking again. The score is now 10-11. It's quite a close match. It was a very unfortunate miss, missing the 10-ball entirely there. Not sure if he was trying to cut it really thin and missed the ball entirely. Not sure what he was going for there. But Dan will be breaking now in this 22nd frame. Looks like a dry break for Dan. He has covered the 1 ball with the 5, so Jake doesn't have a direct shot on the 1. He may elect to push or kick at this. Looks like he's eyeing the kick. Probably to the top right corner. And wow, he almost makes that in. But now it's looking pretty open for Dan. The 1 ball is hanging in the pocket, and it should not be a problem to get on the 2. It doesn't look like there's any major problem balls in this layout either. Dan overrolls it a little bit. He'll have to go up and down to get position on the 3. He has the right angle for it, but touchy shot with the speed control. And he plays that, and he fouls. He moves the 8-ball with the cue and gives ball in hand to Jake. That was a foul from Dan on that shot. Even without the foul, he would have probably not had good position on the 3. Now Jake has the open layout here. Everything's looking pretty well connected. The 5 to the 6 is the key shot here. He needs to get a good angle on the 6 to get on the 7. He's left himself a good angle on the 5 to go 2 rails around the top left corner pocket to get on the 6. He decides to just go straight up and down, not a problem. Now this is a rather awkward angle on the 6. Let's see what he does here. He has to avoid that 9 and the 10. He may play this with top with a fair amount of right or inside spin to bring it back towards a 7, but let's see how he does it. He just slow rolls it. Now he has a challenging shot on the 7, but with where the 8 is, position is not too much of an issue here. Well done. Jake should be out from here. bit of distance here. He'll have to screw back just a little bit. He manages to do that perfectly. And with that, Jake brings the score to 12-10 after getting ball in hand from an unfortunate object ball foul from Dan. Jake will now be breaking. It's been a close game. Let's see if Dan gets a good opportunity to fight back and bring the score closer. Another dry break from Jake. The 10 made it all the way to the bottom of the table, or the top of the table. So quite a lot of movement for that 10 ball in this break. The players are not using a template. So let's see what Dan does here. He might elect to play a good safety here. The shot on the one to the top left corner is on. However, there's a bit of traffic on the table. Not sure if Dan is going to elect to go for the pot or play safety here. Looks like he's eyeing the tangent line. So Dan elects to play what looks like a good safety. He's played it pretty well. He's covered the direct path to the 1 with the 5 ball. Kicking at this is going to be challenging because of the 6 and the 7 and the 9 ball. Now will Jake be able to kick at it around the 6 ball while avoiding the 9 ball? Tricky shot here. He's looking at the other side of the 6, so up table. If so, he'll have to play it with a little bit of inside to bend the angle inwards. Touchy shot this. He's going to have to use a fair amount of left spin to bend the angle in, but he's not able to put enough left on it to make contact with the 1. That was a very tricky route. Now this is really interesting. It looks like Dan might be going for the 3 foul here. He's placed the cue ball in prime position for safety, so Jake is already on 1 foul. 3 consecutive fouls is loss of game. Let's see if Jake's going to be able to get another foul out of this. Great safety by Dan. This is going to be really hard to get out of. It looks like there might be a 2-railer along the top short rail available, but again, very touchy. He'll have to avoid the 9, which is the tricky part of this. That 9 is in a very inconvenient place, blocking the path to the 1 ball. And Jake is already on 1 foul. And if he gives Dan another ball in hand, Dan can play another really great safety. With how close the 1 and 5 are together, he could roll up to the 5 and play another rock-solid safety. And that's what Dan's going to hope for. Dan's going to hope for a ball in hand here, so it'll be 2 fouls from Jake. Let's see if Jake can get out of this. He may be eyeing the single rail kick shot. Looks like that's what he's going for. He's elevating with the left. But with where the 10 ball is, it really cuts off a lot of the angles you can get. Where you can contact the long rail is severely limited when the balls are frozen like that. So he may be trying to do some kind of masse kick here to try to bend around the 10 and try to somehow make contact with the 1. That explains the elevation. He's going to masse to get a further point towards the left. And wow, he gets really close, but unfortunately it's now 2 foul. Dan has ball in hand, and Dan will be going for that 3 foul to win this game. So let's see if Dan is going to be able to play a rock-solid safety. Looks like he's going to try to roll up and get frozen between the 5 ball and the long rail on the right. Let's see if he's able to pull it off. Ideally, he wants to be frozen to cut off a lot of the kicking angles. Now, I'm not sure if he's eyeing the 10 ball too. I'm not sure if he's called that, but let's see. So he's played the safety. Good safety. Let's see if there's an obvious path for a kick here. This is a very high pressure shot for Jake, because if he misses, it's loss of game. He's already on 2 foul. It's not as tight of a safety as Dan's previous safety. He's left a bit of distance from the 5 ball, so Jake should be able to kick at this. A single rail, just missing that side pocket on the right. But it's crucial he makes contact. He may even elect to do a 2 rail kick here and make contact on the 1 from the right long rail. Let's see what kind of outcome he can produce here. Is Dan going to be able to get the 3 foul win? And yes, that's a great shot. He went for a 2 rail kick. No more 3 foul on. Jake is safe. He's still in this game. A great shot under the pressure of a 3rd foul. Well done, Jake. Jake did a good job playing that kick with pace, knowing that it would potentially only contact the 1 from that long rail on the right. Now, this might be an error from Dan, because Dan has left a 1-10 combo. Now, I heard Mike mention that they're not doing early 10s here, so it's not too much danger. If he does make the 10 ball, it just gets spotted. So well, let's see if Jake goes for the 1-10 combo, or if he just elects to play safe here. Interesting choice of safety if that's what he went for. Plays that with pace and freezes the cue ball where the 1 was. He's left a shot for Dan. Dan should be able to play safety from here. There's plenty of traffic on the table to use his blockers. Let's see what Dan is able to do. But Dan does not get a safety from this, and Jake is going to have to avoid that 6 ball and the 7 ball to get on the 2. Going into the 6 is the danger here. But he does a really good job avoiding the traffic, and he gets pretty perfect on the 2. Getting on the 3 should not be an issue from here. The 4 ball is on the rail. At 4 to the 5 is a somewhat challenging shot. Jake leaves himself somewhat of a sharp angle on the 3. If he plays the speed right, he should be able to hold for the 4. But he misses the 3 ball. Now, Dan will come back to the table with a clear shot on the 3. The 10 hampers the position to get back on the 4. So let's see what Dan does here. How is he going to navigate around that 10 ball? He's elevating. So looks like Dan just elected to play a safety here. Again, not a successful safety. Jake with a long shot on the 3. So it looks like both players are struggling to get good safeties in this frame. Kind of a scrappy.
You guys have to score on 13-10 or
12-10 right now. Jake just checking with me to make sure we have the right score on the board. Confirm that the score is 12-10. Dan attempts to play safe by getting the cue ball behind the 9, but does not succeed at that. Kind of an awkward layout now. Position on the 4 is tricky. It's a narrow zone to cut the 4 into the bottom left corner. Let's see how Dan is going to be able to get on that 4 if he's going for the pot here. So Dan went for the pot. He pots the 3, but
I can't stand it. I did it for too long. And so much go on, I can't stand it.
let's see what Jake is going to be able to do here. Jake plays a safety here. It's a fairly good result. He hasn't blocked the pat to the 4, but doesn't leave any obvious shot on. But, Dan will be trying to play a safety here. So Dan sends the 4 ball into the 6-7 cluster. Now it's become a bit of a gnarly mess close to the left side pocket. Jake will have to try to kick at this 4, which will likely disturb that cluster.
I won the match, we lost the round.
So Jake's going to go down table with a little bit of right English to get on the 4. And that's a pretty good outcome. So let's see what Dan's able to do here. He can see the 4 ball, but it's a very awkward position. There's no easy safety here either. With a limited angle, he can get off contact from the 4 without scratching the bottom left corner pocket. So it's not easy to thin the 4 here. So he's going to be trying to get the cue ball back up table, but doing so will disturb that 4-7 cluster. It looks like he's eyeing the safety. Let's see if he's going to be able to get a good safety here. But he bumps into the 4. Does he get a good roll? It doesn't look like he does. The 4 should be available to the left side pocket. And Jake should be able to go 2 or 3 rails to get down for the 5 in the bottom right pocket. So getting on the 5 is pretty natural here with the 3-rail position or 2-rail position, depending on if you choose to count the right long rail. But he plays the speed a little high, but it's okay. He has a good angle on the 5. It's interesting how he's going to try to hold for the 6 here. The 6 looks like it pockets into the top left corner pocket, and looks like he's eyeing the carom into the 8 ball, so he's going to try to go full into the 8 ball to slow down the cue ball so he can hold for the 6. That's what he's eyeing there. Tricky shot. He has to control that cue ball pretty well, but he misses the 8 ball. He wanted to go full into the 8 ball so he could slow the cue ball down to have a shot on the 6 in the bottom left corner, but he's missed the 8 ball, so now he's on the wrong side of the 6 ball. A pot to the side pocket on the right might be available. Let's see if he plays that. It doesn't look like he has. He's tried to play safe behind the 10, but does not succeed. Now, Dan is hampered, so it's not the greatest position here because of how close the 10 ball is. He's going to have to bridge over that 10 ball. This is quite an interesting game. It's been a slow frame. Neither players are able to get the safeties or the rolls that they want. So both players shooting uncomfortable shots here. Let's see if Dan can make the spot and get on the 7. Looks like he might go into that 8 here, so looks like he's missed the 8, which he's done a really good job of doing. And that's a great shot by Dan. Hampered over the 10 ball. This frame is looking in Dan's favor now. It's not over. There's still a lot of work to be done. But everything is wide open. So let's see how Dan elects to get on the 8 ball. He's most likely going to play the 8 ball into the right side pocket. Let's see if he tries to go to the short rail on the top and come back down. Or if he just tries to slow roll the 7 to hold the cue ball for the 8 into the side. Looks like someone just walked across the shot line and Dan gets up, recomposes, gets back down. So Dan plays that with pace, so he's going up and down. Does a fairly good job, but he's rolled up a little higher than he'd like to be. Again, a very awkward positional shot here with the angle he has on the 8 and how close he is to that left rail. So he'll have to possibly elevate a little bit here, which is not something you want to do on these kind of shots. But he's not in too much trouble, but a good shot required here. Again, going to the short rail on the top of the table, coming back down. Place that with a little bit of left, and my, what a good outcome. Barely clips a 9, but he emerges right behind it, and this frame should now be a gimme for Dan. A little fortunate bump on that 9, but he played that really well. And with that, the score should now be 11-12, with Dan slowly trying to catch up. Well done, Dan. Good out. What a close game, guys. It's a race to 15, and the score is 12-11, with Dan Sharlow, Rochester's #1 ranked player, breaking against Jake Miosi. All right, can Dan use this frame to equalize the score and fight out the rest of this? 12 all? 11-12. 11-12. Yeah, that's correct. Yes. Dan just checking the score with me. 11-12. It looks to be correct. Now, I did kind of tune in halfway, so hopefully the score is correct at this point. I'm sure Mike would have kept an eye on that too. All right. Looks like Dan breaks dry here. The 3 ball is sitting right over the corner left pocket. The layout looks pretty open. There don't seem to be any problem balls in this frame. Now, let's see if Jake is able to cut that 1 into the top right corner pocket. He doesn't, but he gets a good outcome from it. He's Doesn't look like he's left anything on here. I'm not sure if Dan is going to be able to see past the 2 to play the bank shot of the 1. It looks like he's playing safety. He's thinned the 1. But it looks like he doesn't make contact. How unfortunate. So Jake comes to the table now with ball in hand. Pretty wide open layout. Just has to get back on the 2-ball, and everything else looks pretty good. Let's see if Jake is able to run this out with his position. The 4 to the 5 is the only kind of technical shot here. Even that shouldn't be too much of a problem, depending on what kind of angle he can get on the 4 here. But he's going towards that side pocket. How unfortunate. That is a crucial error from Jake. But now Dan has a wide open layout with ball in hand on the 4. So Dan should not have any issue getting on the 5-ball from here. And from there, the rest of the layout is wide open, so a great chance for Dan here. Can Dan run this out with ball in hand for a 7-ball out to equalize the score at 12-12 in this race to 15? Let's find out. Dan's looking at different approaches to get on the 5. Looks like he's decided to cut across that zone, but he's cut it really close, so he kind of played a low percentage positional play there with how he decided to cut across the zone for the 5, and it hasn't paid off too well for him here. He had a very narrow margin of where he needed the cue ball to stop to get shape on the 5, and he overrolled it by an inch or so, or maybe even half an inch. So let's see if Dan's able to do something here. He's elected to play the safety. Now, the question is, can Jake see it between the 6 and the 7? On first glance, it looks like it's successful safety. The 7 is blocking the 5. Also, the cue ball is right against that rail, so that does make it a little trickier. The 9-ball blocks a lot of the kick angles here, so there's no one railer on because of the 9-ball. Looks like Jake is going for a masse here. He's going to have to do a slight masse to the left. He's going to be putting left spin on it to bend around the 7 and make contact with the 5. Oh, it looks like he played the jump shot. Now, I didn't notice that was his jump cue. So that was a jump shot, not a masse. No, he hasn't given ball in hand to Dan, but his position is pretty favorable for Dan. Both players have had their opportunities in this frame. Jake made a pretty another error from Dan here, so neither player is able to get the positional outcome that they want here. So another awkward shot for Dan. These are good chances to run this out. The layouts are open, but Dan runs into the 6 here, and now it's not in play. Not sure if he's eyeing the bank shot here. for a two-way shot. He's elected to play just a safety here. Oh, that's a really good safety from Dan. He leaves a cue ball on the top rail. 8's the blocker. Jake is going for the one rail kick with a little bit of right spin to bend it around and make contact with the 6. Needs a lot of right here, which he gets. And does he get safe? Great outcome here. Jake is able to kick at the 6 with right spin, and he gets a save. So now it's Dan's turn to come to the table and have to kick at the 6 ball. So this frame, which started out as a wide open layout, has now turned a bit scrappy, but let's see who wins the safety battle. Good kick by Dan, but it looks like he's left a shot for Jake. So not the best outcome. Now Jake's going to have to do a good job to avoid that 8 as a blocker for the shot on the 7, which shouldn't be too much of an issue. As long as he gets the cue ball down to the upper half of the table, he should be okay. But he could also choose to play it from the top half. The only place he doesn't want to be is where the cue ball is right now. But plenty of options to avoid getting blinded by the 8 here. Jake should be able to hold for the 7 with it then cut into the side pocket, or come down table or up table to shoot from the other side of the 8. Let's see what he chooses to do. Oh my. Jake tries to, I imagine he was trying to draw it back with a fairly good amount of draw, but he miscues. Wow. What an outcome. Quite a few errors in this frame from both players. But let's see which of them will be the first to finish this out. Both players have been playing for a long time. This is the 24th frame that they're playing, so it's hard to keep your focus and stamina up for such a long time, but it's part of the game. Dan once again just runs a little short here. He has an awkward cut into the right side pocket here, so it's not a guaranteed shot, but he should be able to pocket it, but he'll have to try to control the speed of the cue ball to hold for the 9 ball to the bottom right pocket. So let's see if he's able to do that. Place that with inside. I'm not sure why he used inside. He might have been trying to slow down the cue ball a little bit off the rail, but he's ended up a little awkward here. So Dan is looking at that thin cut for the 9 ball into the top right corner. Come 2 rails for the 10. Good shot required here. Can Dan finish out the scrappy frame and equalize the score? Let's see. Great shot required here, and Dan delivers. Great job. Good shot, Dan. And Jake concedes, and the score is now 12-12. Dan Sharlow and Jake Miosi are tied. It is a tied game.
Tied game.
So Dan is going to be breaking in this 25th frame of this race to 15. He's broken dry. He has not left anything easy on for Jake. Pretty good spread of the balls here. Let's see what kind of safety Jake is able to come up with here. Jake does a good job of playing a good safety here. He manufactures distance between the cue ball and the 1 ball, and is able to get the 8 ball as a blocker. So now Dan has to come to the table with a pretty long distance kick. He should be able to make contact without any issue here. And he plays that kick into safe. Well done. Good shot by Dan. He's able to kick into a safe, play the speed just right. Now Jake has a much harder kick here. He may have to go 2 rails here around that top right corner pocket. Not sure if he's eyeing the side pocket to pocket the 1 ball in. We'll see. Oh wow, he kicks the 1 ball in to the bottom left corner pocket. It was unintentional though, so Dan will be coming to the table. Good kick shot, but he may not have wanted that 1 ball to go in. Now, Dan has a back cut into the bottom right corner pocket. He should be able to stun out to the left long rail and come back for the 3. Now, he uses a bit of outside there, so he's created a little more distance, which does make it a bit more awkward for the next shot. He may be looking to roll the 3 into the bottom right corner pocket and roll the cue ball forward to play the 4 ball in the side pocket. We'll see if that's what he does. Or if he just chooses to do a soft screw shot to play the 4 ball in the bottom left corner pocket. He definitely doesn't want to try to power the 3 in. That makes the pocket a lot smaller. So let's see if Dan decides to move the cue ball forward and slow roll it, or play a soft screw shot to play the 4 down table. Good shot required here. So Dan plays a soft screw shot. Unfortunately, another awkward angle here. So he's on the wrong side of the 4 ball here to just stun out for the 5. He wanted to be a little bit more on the other side of the 4 ball so he could just play a natural stun into the left long rail to get on the 5, but now he's going to have to do a bit of work with that cue ball. Let's see what he does. And he misses the pot, leaving it open for Jake. So Jake comes back to the table now. He's going to have to try to hold for the 5, so he may choose to go up and down along the long rails and try to land in a somewhat straight line. Oh, let's see how he does this. He'll have to avoid the 6 and the 7. He does a good job of playing the speed. He's just cleared the 7, so he should be good. A little awkward to shoot on the 5, with the 10 ball being a little close, but looks like he's fine. And he gets a unlucky bump into the 8 ball that snookers him. Wow. So now his run is likely over here. He's going to have to kick at it. There's no easy way to kick the 6 ball in anywhere, so let's see if he tries to play kick safe or if he tries to go for the 6 in the side pocket. But not easy shot. So Jake just elects to play a kick safe here. Has he gotten the safe? Looks like he's cut off the potting angle for the 6. Hard to tell. But Dan can definitely make contact here. He could make contact and stun the cue ball out behind the 10 and send the 6 ball 2 rails up table. Let's see if that's what he tries to do here. And that's exactly what he's tried to do, and it looks like he's gotten it. Well done. Good shot, Dan. So it's turned into a safety battle here. Jake seems to be eyeing the carom off the 6, the 8 ball to possibly go for the 6 in the side. Not sure. He's going to have to kick at this. Maybe he's going for a jump. It looks like Jake is bringing out the jump cue. Is he going to call the 8 ball in the top left corner or the 6 in the side? Doesn't look like he's called anything here, but let's see what he does. And he makes contact. But Dan will come back to the table with a clear view of the 6. Dan has a lot of good options for safeties here. He has the 8 ball, the 7 ball, and the 10 ball. He may try to nestle up against the 7 or the 8 here, leaving the 6 ball on the short rail on the top. He could play a good safety here for sure. Tricky again. Let's see if Dan is going to be able to get behind that 7 or the 8 here. He's going towards... So it looks like Dan has sort of contained it, but Jake should be able to see at least the right part of the 6 ball. He may be able to see the whole ball too. Hard to tell. So it's turning into a safety battle. Kind of a passive safety, but it still works. And Jake gets a pretty good safety there. He gets a nudge on the 8 ball. Again, this is not going to be hard for Dan to kick at. It's a pretty easy one-railer. Now, can he kick and stick this? Leave the cue ball where the 6 is and send the 6 up table. The 9 sort of impedes that, but let's see. Wow, what a shot. Dan kicks it in, but he did not call that, so Jake is going to be coming back to the table. Since they are playing 10 ball, you do have to call your ball in pocket, unlike 9 ball where Dan would have stayed at the table. So, great kick by Dan, but he did not call that. It looks like he was attempting to play the kick safe there, but sometimes too good of an outcome is not a good one. Jake misses, but plays a good 2-way here. He plays it in a way where he covers the pocket with the 8 ball, and that was a clever shot. Looks like Dan is eyeing possibly the 2-rail kick here. It looks like he's going for the single rail kick. Interesting. Let's see. And it looks like he gets a nudge from the 8 ball, but he's left it pretty open now. So Jake with a really good opportunity here. He may like to play this with a little bit of top right to come down to the short rail and send the cue ball towards the left of the table so he can hold for the 8. Let's see if that's what he does, or if he decides to go around. Looks like he's played it with top right, and he's played it really well. Great shot by Jake. Good touch. And it should be a pretty good outcome for Jake now. Getting a little more distance on these shots than is ideal, but shouldn't be a problem. Touchy draw required here. But that's not a problem at all. Jake is able to draw just the right amount. And he should be able to bring the score 13-12 in his favor. Well done, Jake. So another bit of a scrappy frame there, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's Jake that wins that safety battle and runs out 4 balls to bring the score up to 13-12. Approaching the finish line. But Dan's fighting back. He's managed to equalize the score in the previous frame, but now going in, Jake has a slight advantage here. So Dan now has ball in hand off that break. What is he going to be able to do with this? So Dan now has ball in hand. So it's a bit of an issue there with the 5 ball being in a kind of an awkward spot. The 4 should be fine once the 3 pockets, but that 4 to the 5 is going to be pretty tricky with the 10 ball and the 8 ball being in such close proximity to them. So let's see what kind of... Well, that's an interesting shot there. Not sure what Dan is trying to go for there. A little too much speed, perhaps, but he overrulls that and he gets snookered by the 5 ball. Now, Dan might be able to kick this. I don't think it's easy to kick this in. So, Dan had a great opportunity there, but again, with the 4 and the 5 ball where they are, and the 10 and the 8 close by, it's not an easy rack to run. So we have a little poll. What do you guys think? Is Dan Sharlow going to come back and win this? He's at a 1-game deficit here. So if you guys check out the live chat, we've put a poll up there. So let's see what you guys think. So it looks like someone said no. Let's see. All right. So the poll says that Dan will not come back and win, but Dan's at the table now. But he doesn't have a shot. He's got a kick at this 5, and this is the key shot in this frame. Is Dan going to be able to kick and yield an inconvenient outcome for Jake? Because now the table is wide open. Wow. Dan is actually calling the 5-ball in the bottom left corner pocket. So what kind of shot is he going for here? He's going for a 3-rail kick to come behind the 5-ball and kick it in the direction of the bottom left pocket. Quite an ambitious shot here. It's good that he's calling it. Dan did kick a few really good shots in earlier, but failed to call them. So let's see if Dan can pull this kick off. His main priority is to make contact, which he does. And as a bonus, he's created distance. Jake can still see the shot, but now it's not easy. It's definitely not easy to get on the 7 here, with how close Jake is to the bottom rail. So let's see if Jake is going to try to play safe here, or if he's going to try something more aggressive. So Jake goes for the bank shot, which, amazing shot by Jake. Well done, Jake. So he played the much harder bank shot, which gave natural shape on the 7 to come down table. So brilliant shot by Jake. It looks like the poll is changing now. That's interesting. So half of you in the chat think that Dan's going to come back, and half of you think he's not. But that was a wonderful shot by Jake there to bank the 6-ball in the top left corner. Bill Rhodes in the chat says, wow, nice bank, Jake. Absolutely. So brilliant bank with the position on the 7. But he misses an easy 8-ball. Now Dan comes back to the table. That must be disappointing after working so hard to get a good layout. Will Rhodes in the chat says, ugh. And I'm sure that's exactly what Jake is feeling right now. Can Dan take this chance and equalize the score? He plays it with a little bit more pace than he'd like to. Again, overrolled it a bit. Not sure if he was trying to hold on that long rail, but now Dan has a tough shot. He has a few options here. I'm not sure if he's going to go for the pot, but let's see what he tries to do here. He could try to go for the cut. It's along the rail, so he could use a little bit of right. But let's see if he plays a safety or he tries to bank or cut this in. He plays a safety. But he's left a shot on for Jake. Not a great outcome now. It's a thin cut, but Jake can certainly cut this in. Let's see if Jake attempts to pot the 9-ball. Cue ball's going to go 3-4 rails. He should be able to get on the 10, but his main focus will just to cut that in, and great cut. And is he going to get a good cue ball? He gets a perfect cue ball. Wow, great shot by Jake. He goes 4 rails to get a brilliant shot on the 10, and looks like Jake is going to be going to the hill first. So the score is now 14-12. In favor of Jake. Great shot by Jake. Dan made an error on a safety. He left a thin cut on the 9-ball to the top right corner pocket. Jake was able to pot that 9-ball without any issues and go 4 rails to get good shape on the 10. Well done, Jake. Now, Jake is on the hill, so he just needs a single frame to win this. Will Rhodes says, I felt that. Will, I believe you're talking about that miss on that easy 8-ball that Jake had. Fortunately, he came back to the table. Unfortunately for Dan. Jake breaks. He breaks dry, but there's no easy shot here. Not sure if Dan is going to try to push here. Looks like that's what he's looking at. It doesn't look like he can see the one ball, so... And it's not really worth kicking at this. There's no real reward for the risk. Will, Sess in the chat, both playing well. Just going to come down to who makes more mistakes. And yes, and who makes mistakes and gets away with it too. Like, we've been seeing a few mistakes from both players, but not all of them have been punished. So it's not just a mistake, it's also the outcome of the mistake that matters. But I don't think either player is trying to go for that strategy here. They're going to be trying to do their best to play tight and create wins. Looks like Dan is trying to jump here. He misses the jump. What does he leave? He doesn't leave much here. Jake is probably going to try to get behind that 9 ball. And he does that really well to get a good save here. The 6 ball does make the kicking angle a bit awkward, but I think that there's just enough rail for Dan to kick past the 6 ball into the 1. He might have to use a little bit of left. Oh wow, he goes into the 6. I spoke too soon. Not sure. Did he have enough room to kick there or not? But Dan gives a ball in hand to Jake here after going into the 6 while attempting to kick the 1. So Jake with a chance here. A little awkward, but the 2 is right over the pocket, which should make his work a little easier. So there's not many massive problems in this frame. Now it looks like Jake, not sure what he's doing. Is he trying to go for a 3 foul here? Looks like that's what he's going for. So Dan is already on 1 foul. So Jake gets a good safety here. Jake is attempting to 3 foul Dan to win this match. Bold strategy. Let's see if he's able to pull it off. We have Rick Hovey in the chat saying great commentary, Paul. Thanks, Rick. Good to see you. Glad you could tune in. Haven't seen you around here in a while. So it looks like Dan's on 1 foul and he's going to have to kick at this 1. He's trying to go between the 4 and the 7, but he misses it. And it is now 2 foul. So Jake now has an opportunity to 3 foul Dan and win this match if he's able to get a really good safety here. So it's not obvious. There's a lot of blockers with the 4-3-5 and the 9-6-10. Not sure if he's going to try to go for the 9-6-10 as a blocker. Let's see what he tries to do here. He might just try to run this until he gets to a better position for a safety. So he doesn't have to play that safety right now. He could elect to play that later if he needs to. Let's see what he does. Now, if Jake does try to run this out, the only challenging part of this run out would be, well, right now, the 6-10. The players are not playing with early 10, so if he makes a 6-10 combo, the 10 ball would get spotted. So Jake would just have to ensure that the 6 and the cue ball are in a good position to continue the run at that point. But unfortunately, Jake is not able to draw back enough on this shot. So he doesn't have an easy shot on the 4. He might... Not sure if he's trying to play a safety here. It looks like he might be. So he plays a really good safety, and remember, Dan is on 2 fouls, so extremely high pressure shot for Dan here. If Dan is not able to make contact with the 4 and play a legal hit here, it is a loss of the frame and the match. So extremely crucial shot for Dan here. High pressure. The match depends on the shot. So good luck, Dan. Looks like Dan is going to try to jump over the 9 ball to make contact with the 4. He has to be careful to not knock the cue ball off the table here. So Dan's debating on whether to use his jump extension or not. Good safety by Jake here. Way to put the pressure on Dan. So it looks like Dan is also eyeing the kick shot here. The issue with the jump is, with the 4 ball kind of close to the rail, there is a chance of knocking the cue ball or the 4 ball off the table, which would be a foul and loss of match. But let's see what he chooses to do. He is going for the jump. So crucial shot here. This is the shot at the match here. Great job. Well done, Dan. Dan survives the 3 foul outcome, and he lives to fight. Great shot, Dan. Under immense pressure, he avoids jumping anything off the table. He makes good contact, and trouble's not over though. Dan fights, but Jake is still on the hill. At the moment, Dan will just be feeling relieved that he's still in this match. Now, very tricky run out here for Jake. It's not immediately clear if the 6 passes the 10 into the corner pocket. It looks like it might be. So a tricky shot here. Is Jake going to play the aggressive cut into the top right corner here? Try to run this out. He tries it, but he misses, and Dan has a great chance here. It looks like the 6 does pass the 10. And Dan's looking at that now, and seems like it does, so Dan should be able to just go 1 rail with a little bit of right. But he has a bit too much pace on this. He might be tightening up a little bit, not sure. He got a lot more movement off that cue ball than he wanted here. We have a comment from Vinny. Hi, Vinny. I would have liked the top rail kick there because you have a chance to make it. Nothing good can come from that jump. Well, you have a point, Vinny, but kicks are also easy to miss. Looks like Dan felt more confident in that jump, and he managed to pull it off, and that's what counts. Great shot by Dan. He's able to cut the 6 ball in after over-rolling the cue ball quite a bit. And now he's, again, in kind of an awkward situation here. Really high pressure frame for Dan. Jake is on the hill. Dan narrowly escaped the 3 foul loss of match by doing a really good jump shot on the 4 ball. Jake missed the 5 ball cut. A difficult shot, giving Dan a chance to come back to the table with a fairly open layout. Dan pockets of 5, but overrolls the 6 a bit, but still makes a good cut on the 6, and now he has the shot on the 7. Come on, Dan. Great shot, Dan. Under pressure, Dan is doing pretty well. Let's see if he can see this through and fight another game. Need nerves of steel for this. Great shot by Dan yet again. Dan shooting well, really well under pressure. He's just going to have to focus on each ball. And beautiful run out. Dan should be able to. It looks like Jake concedes. Well done, Dan. Under immense pressure. That was a nail biter. So, nerves of steel from Dan. He stays alive and he fights back. This match is turning into quite the nail biter. So our poll, which is still running, the question on the poll in the live chat, which you should contribute to if you are in the live chat, is will Dan Sharlow come back and win? And we have 71% of respondents saying no. But that was a great win by Dan there.
Rick Hovey in the live chat says, great commentary to Paul. Rick, how come I haven't heard you the whole time I was talking? Come on, Rick. It's always Rick.
Mike, a little disappointed with Rick there. Unfortunately, on that break, Dan does scratch. So Jake will be coming with ball in hand. So Rick says, I just got in here. Good way to avoid the blame, Rick. I'm sure Mike believes you. All right, so Jake has an interesting layout here. It's got some issues for sure. The 2 is smack in the center of the table, but it does pocket into the bottom left corner pocket. Not the best angle here. He's got to maybe, let's see if he's going to move forward. Go into the 9 a bit to hold for the 3 into the top right corner pocket here. Looks like that's what he's played, and he's played that really well. So now Jake should be able to just play a soft, just roll forward to roll the 3 in to get on the 4. Again, it's not a great shot because with how close he's going to be to the 4 after the shot, getting on the 5 is not easy. So let's see what he chooses to do here. Does he just slow roll the 3? It looks like Dan called out Jake for a sleeve being pretty close to the 5 ball, but Jake's corrected that. Now, this was the issue with that shot. It's not easy to get on the 5 now. He's hasn't got the best angle for this, but it is possible for sure. Just needs a really good stroke here. Jake is going to try to power into the top rail and come down. A very touchy shot if he's going to go for the 4 and try to continue the run, which is what I imagine he'd try to do. He might elect to go 2 rails, get the cue ball close to that top right corner pocket, but it's not an easy shot. He's elevating, he's reaching around across the table. It's a very uncomfortable shot for position on the 5. So is he going to be able to get down table for the 5 here? But he's going to go into the 6. So Jake does not manage to avoid the traffic. That was a really difficult shot to pull off. Jake ideally wanted to go from the right side of the table to go between the 7 and the 9 to come down, but again, it was so touchy there. So Jake is going to try to play safety here. He's going to just stun out to get behind the 10 ball, send the 5 ball up table, which he does really well. We have a comment from Vinny saying Jake's out. Chatters Jinx. Looks like your jinx worked, Vinny. Jake was not out. Now the poll has dropped to 67% no. So looks like we have some supporters of Dan in the chat. Now Jake has played a pretty good safety here. Dan brings out the jump cue yet again. Know that Dan likes to jump and he's pretty good at it. So if he's jumping, Dan might be trying to pocket the 5 ball in the top left corner. Now, if he does jump, he may have to jump with a little bit of draw to contain or hold for the 6. Not easy to do. Jump with draw. Because if he doesn't use draw, he could get hooked by the 8 ball, even if he makes a 5 ball. He manages to make contact, but Dan does not make the pot. And he leaves Jake a pretty straightforward shot for the 5 into the bottom left corner pocket. Jake should be able to hold for the 6 without too much of an issue here. Just a soft screw shot, soft stun screw, which he does. And he should be good here to get on the 7. Jake will likely just go into the long rail on the left and come back down for the 7. And if Jake is able to pull off the shot, then I would say he's likely to be out here. So that jump shot from Dan, that miss, could prove to be disastrous. But what has happened now? Jake has gotten a little hampered by the 9. Fortunately, the 7 ball is pretty much over the pocket and it's an easy shot. Jake doesn't have to do much with the cue ball here, just roll it in and he will be perfect on the 8. So he is hampered, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue here. Just play the ball dead weight, which Jake does, and with a soft, another dead weight shot, and Jake should be plumb on the 9. So let's see if Jake decides to go all the way to the long left rail or just slow roll it. So Jake decides to go 2-3 rails, but not the greatest position, but certainly he can still be out. This is 9 ball is certainly makeable. He may want to. Yeah, it was not the. It was an interesting choice to play the 3-railer positional shot there. But he manages to pull it off and play a perfect speed control to get on the 10 plumb. And Jake makes his 10 ball for the win. Well done, Jake. Great match. Dan makes a mistake on a jump, and Jake is able to run out from there. So congratulations to Jake. Is it Miosi? Miosi. Jake Miosi. The score is 15-13, and Jake has won the match. It was a very close match. And congratulations to both players. Dan played really well too. Dan had an amazing frame where he jumped to get out of a 3 foul and stay to fight. Unfortunately, in this frame, in the 29th frame of this match, Dan was tried to jump the 5 ball and missed, and Jake was able to run it out from there to bring the score to 15-13. So thank you to everybody who's tuned in to watch. I'm going to give it back to Mike. So thanks for tuning in, guys. Congratulations to both players.
Man, what a match. We close in about.
Guess they open? Makes sense. What the fans want.
Screw your bed, what your bedtime is. Racing 5, Wild 9.
Damn.
We could do 9. 9? I'm not going no lower though. That's the crapshoot below 9.
I gotta stay here.
Well, have Jose stay here. He works here, right?
You got the light on, so we're
That's crazy.
Alright, I'll fuck it. I'll lock up.
I gotta stay just for the decision.
The players are trying to convince me to stay open for another race. And we close in 30 minutes.
Let's see what the chat says.
Let me think.
You gotta just come here tomorrow and work. Fuck, I gotta go to actual work.
Let me think this through to see how I can make it work.
It'll be 2 hours, so it'll be 1 in the morning.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's not helping your argument.
Hey, that's not that late. It's only one night out of a little bit.
You'll lock up?
Yeah,
I have to teach you how to lock up.
that's fine.
You gotta teach us how to turn the stream off too.
You click stop stream. All right, guys, we've come to an agreement. The guys are going to play another set. I have to teach Dan Sharlow how to lock the doors. And after I do that, they will begin their second set. Freaking ridiculous. If anyone has never seen Dan Sharlow's puppy eyes, let me tell you about them, man. They're crazy. Crazy puppy eyes. All right, guys. Well, here we go. I'm changing the score back to 0, and you guys have to change the score for the stream, too, on the computer. You will?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be here until like 12. So I'll change the score for you until then.
All right, I'm going to teach Dan Sharlow how to lock the doors, and then we're going to get going on this. BRB chat.
You want something to drink?
Yeah, I'll take a couple.
Actually, you know what? I can lock the doors right now. Let me just lock it.
Let's go, Dan. You want food?
Nah, I'm gonna get up.
Close the kitchen.
Call it.
Fuck.
pull one?
Yeah, last Wednesday because it cracked when I fucking ate a nut in the summer.
Oh, really? I had both my wisdom teeth pulled out. It fucking sucked.
Yeah, it's going out till
No way. I'm sorry, guys.
Really? Do your thing. Let's shoot a little better this fucking time.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know, we'll see.
You're not gonna be here. We can stay here till you open tomorrow.
That's fun. We open at 2 p.m.
I might as well sleep. You got a cot for me?
Hey, we'll put you under table 1. You can just sleep right under there, bro.
Dan, I gotta show you how to turn off full table lights. All right, guys, we are staying open, so these guys can play their second set. Still teaching Dan how to close the pool hall, and we're going to get started shortly.
This table plays goofy some days. I can't fucking.
Dan, we gotta teach you how to turn off the table lights.
Okay.
Are you staying or are you leaving? Oh shit, dang, I'm peeing out. Damn, we can't play Dragons no more. Fuck.
Hello? I don't like the park. I just. So what happens?
She's gonna play Dragons, so whatever tickets. Come on, man. I'm good. I know what I'm talking about.
So this is your band, and you're good for 2 months. take a picture of.
It's on the computer.
This right here, you pull it back.
Okay.
Appreciate you. I'll take it. Thanks. Paul, want to shoot at my place?
This mine?
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I show you how to change the score?
Yeah, I already know how to do that.
You do?
And I have to go through the web browser, right?
Just Alt Tab and then click +1. Alt Tab brings you to the web page.
Yeah.
What's this race to?
11.
Race to 11, guys. I'm gonna go home to sleep, and these guys are gonna play until the morning. Have fun.
play the 6.
I was like, what the fuck is that?
What's so it's Control Alt. How do you bring up the? I'll just go to the browser.
Oh, sorry. Jose, can you keep it up?
push.